All right. Recording has started. Welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. This is the stream where we write AUTOMAT. This is AUTOMAT. It's a visual environment for automating repetitive game loops. So if you have a game that tends to waste your time, like a gacha game or an auto-clicker, or really lots of games have game loops that tend to waste your time, you can automate them. Typically, the tools for automating games are kind of like programming tools, where you have to script them. You have to kind of write tiny programs, essentially, that will play for you. In AUTOMAT, it's slightly different. In here, you can combine all sorts of visual tools that will play the game for you. AUTOMAT is coming to Steam. Let me find this. Yeah, there we go. It does have a Steam page. It's not yet on Steam. It is on GitHub. We can download it from GitHub for free, actually. It is a free and open source project. And it also has a website at automat.org. A website which is not updated very frequently, but I hope to change this soon. I have some things to fix around the AUTOMAT's web presence, let's say. Anyway, today we want to fix some problems that have been affecting AUTOMAT lately. The problems are that there are some very subtle visual glitches when I manipulate. So this here, this red border and stars, this is called assembler. It is a component that can compile low-level machine code and execute it. And this checkerboard, this is a register. This is this axolotl icon. This is a shorthand because this is an AX register. You can kind of write stuff here. Anyway, what we want to do is when we manipulate this, when I take this out, there is a glitch that happens. There are those two lines printed, which I don't think they should really be printed. Yeah. I don't like them very much. Anyway, I wanted to ask the Claude. Recently a new Claude was released. Why this happens, because those lines should not be printed. And when I drop this register back in, we will get another log message and a very subtle visual glitch. You may not even notice this, but for one frame, the register will appear at a different position. If I drop it here, okay, it didn't happen right now, but sometimes it does happen. Yeah. The same two error messages in the reverse order. Out, drop it back in. Yeah, sometimes only one happens. Anyway, this issue, this is caused because in AUTOMAT, there is AUTOMAT is kind of multi-threaded. It's very multi-threaded. Like all of those objects, they execute in whatever threads kind of touches them. They will basically use whatever thread you give them to execute themselves. And the user interface, it's the synchronization between the VM layer and the user interface is actually not very systematic. Like every object can use whatever means it wants to communicate between the UI. The only standard method is that standardized way is a way for the virtual machine, like VM. There's really no VM, but those objects which exist in the memory of your computer. This is not AUTOMAT VM, this is like your operating system's VM. And the way that those objects notify the user interface is through the polling. Like the user interface continuously polls those objects in memory, like 60 frames per second, basically. And it checks, hey, did anything update? Did anything update? Did anything update? And if nothing updates, the user interface doesn't update. But if any of those objects signal that, hey, something updated, then we refresh the texture for this given object, redraw it, and recompose in the screen. So this way, because of this architecture, I can close the user interface, and the objects in memory, they can still exist, they can still execute, and they can still bump the counters, but the user interface is not going to see anything. So this is a very cheap way to update user interface. And we are using this way of updating user interface because this is the only approach which allows multiple windows to coexist. So I can have multiple windows really viewing the same VM, and those multiple windows can show the same objects and they can update themselves independent of one another. It is a very scalable architecture. Anyway, I need to debug this issue. So let me copy this. It's 2 lines. Okay, we have this assembler extract. Create this drag location action. Let's find this constructor. Locations.
Wantoninity8 says,
Long time no see. How is it going?
Hey, the progress is kind of slow. I would say alright. Have some cool new things. See, things do not crash. Things are crashing less and less frequently now. I have some cool new features about objects that can be now synchronized. So when I have, for example, the F key, I can synchronize multiple objects so that they would work together. You can also connect a timer, for instance. So when I press the F key, it also starts a timer. It can kind of stop the key after 5 seconds, or after, I don't know, exactly 200 milliseconds. So when I press the F key, AUTOMAT kind of releases it for me. Or I can also make AUTOMAT spam the F key. whenever I press the F key, it will actually spam. It's kind of laggy, but this is a debug build, so. Anyway. Yeah, things are going nicely.
Very cool and interesting. Well done.
Thanks. Let's see, what do we have here? Okay, I'm using the new Claude 4.7. I've set it to extra high thinking effort. Let's see if it can figure out where the issue comes from. I think the issue must be coming from this drag location. I don't see where I would reparent widgets. I have this validate hierarchy. Yeah. This new thinking message where it just says, is kind of awful. Like, I really relied on the thinking, on the train of thought that the model was printing. Because then I could stop it, and sometimes it was just very wrong. So I had to stop it and inform it of, correct the mistakes that it's making. Okay. I would rather run a release version of AUTOMAT because this one is like 10 times faster. Okay, it says crash. We are not crashing really anymore. But there is still this visual glitch that I want to fix. It should not be there. Those messages should not be printed really. They are only printed in debug mode. In release mode, you can still see the issue because there is a visual glitch. When I drop the register back, it renders at the wrong position. Untangling some thoughts. Okay, it's thinking quite a bit, like 4 minutes. Oh. So there is some part of the code which doesn't completely update the UI widget tree. So this line here, it means that the assembler still reports a register as its own child, even though it was reparented to location widget. Oh, what? I do not see any log message with reparenting. This is... What? 30? Yeah. Okay, this is definitely wrong. Okay. Location CC158. Interesting. Okay, so assembler extract creates a new location. Good. Drag location action does this. Okay, so we are updating the parent pointer. This is all right. Okay, so all of this happens on the UI thread. And if this happens on the UI thread, I think this is fine. This is actually fine. We can update widgets because, yeah. This drag location action, you can safely modify all the widget state. UI is single-threaded. Okay. Assembly widget tick calls reparenting.
Meister Chica says.
So what exactly is your question about SCADA?
Oh, it's no question. It's just an expression of appreciation. I kind of like SCADA. I like when UI of systems resembles their internal structure. And SCADA is bloody old. It's like 2000s. I mean, you can tell that. Look at it.
And writing kernels for SCADA-like systems is pretty fun.
I imagine kernels are... what are kernels? Do they control devices? Do they take care of visualization? Maybe both?
You have 3 levels of kernels: visualization, data layer, and low level per device. Kernel dot.
And there are those systems that I like, but I like them from kind of afar. I guess if I use them, I would be pretty frustrated by their limitations.
Or a more understandable game engine, AI, Minix-like kernels.
Actually, this on-child reparented away, it sounds like a good name for a method.
B222. Do you know from where I got idea for this?
URL.
DJB? So this is a hash handler that will hash any struct. Any struct that doesn't have, pointers. Or am I reading this wrong? I would guess Folly, since we talked about this recently. And I guess they have some hashing utilities in their library.
It's more like if LVM and Abseil had kid with Folly being grandfather.
I actually wonder, I think those are assets, those are concepts, those thingies here. So you could probably put them as in a requires clause. But I'm not sure if you want to support concepts. I really like concepts. I think they will simplify, templating a lot. The error messages that you print are very nice, though. Those are very non-obvious thing. Like, this unique object representation is really about padding.
I find this static assert more readable than error message provided by concepts.
Yeah.
If gave 1,000 CP devs, how of them would know that padding affects hashing?
Okay, I am not giving it full access. My code, not yet.
Even clankers sometimes forget that padding within type affects semantics.
But isn't this padding pretty much always zeroed out? I wonder, what do compilers do with padding? Do they actually ignore it completely or just keep it as 0?
I think you would need to override allocator for type to zero out memory first.
I don't mean allocators, I mean constructors. I think if compilers were to care about padding, they would probably insert the code to kind of fix their state somewhere in the constructor. Or initializer, to be precise. Okay, we have another virtual method in widget, so widget vtable keeps growing, but that's good, that's good. This error should go away. Now, if this just works, yes, we can switch to fixing the Windows build. And then GitHub weekly release, which is, I don't know why it's broken. Okay, let's check this out. It is blinking still when I drop it. It appears for a single frame. Okay, so this is good, but this drop location.
Simplest way would be to place memset this. 0, size oft, and sector of complex type to solve that issue.
Yeah. And this is what I mean. Okay, it is not guaranteed. And the optimizer may leave this out. Okay, this drop target is this drop target. This is just an interface, a pure interface. It's a sync widget. Awful, awful. Anyway. Since we are accessing this anyway, let's do this, redraw this frame. So this will guarantee that when I drop a widget on the subsequent frame, this is kind of like forcing, prioritizing the rendering of this widget on the next frame only. Registers, take this out, drop this in, and yes, we have no blinking anymore. I am just feeling bad because I'm using UI reference from the VM code. Okay, and there should be no crashes anymore also. This register, it also behaves kind of strange when I move it between coordinate systems. Hey. Okay, let's try running some code. My favorite instruction. Randomizing register value. I can still pull the register out and in even when it's running. Yes, so this is the advantage of the poll-based UI. This thread, this assembler thread, actually runs, it has no synchronization. There is absolutely no synchronization. The UI is just periodically sending a signal and reading the register state during the signal handler. It does this 60 frames per second. And it only does this when the register is on screen. So when it goes off screen, now assembly thread runs at full speed. And yes, I have this single thread which is using 100% of CPU. And this is our randomizer. Or I can stop it like that. Start. I think when I started, I should also wake something, wake the assembler or what.
What in the holy oop is this?
URL.
Tracker. Oh. ADT, what was ADT? Argument dependent, maybe types? Interesting. Very interesting. This is for... Actually, I see the use case for this. I actually had an issue that could be recently, that could be fixed with a utility just like that. If you have a vector, right, you are iterating through the vector, and like as you are iterating, for example, you are calling some function and it mutates the vector. And the idea is that whenever you have a function that mutates a vector, it also will bump the epoch. Yeah, so your vector could derive from this class whenever you mutate it. Yeah, you do this, and all of the iterators that are iterating would immediately see that, hey, the vector was just mutated. The iteration is broken now. I don't remember how I fixed it, if I fixed it. There was the issue. There was an issue just like that.
I see use case for this. Why are you lying? Both of us know we will steal that code sooner or later.
You know, LLVM is already in sources. So, and this is even public. This is public. You know, LLVM is kind of like Boost. It's actually better than Boost in some regards. You just link with this and you get access to all of those fancy utilities. And it's only active in debug builds?
It's like Abseil but with exposed internals.
Yeah. So this is handling sync would be called by an iterator. An iterator would periodically, for example, before incrementing, check this. There is one element of assembler design which is not implemented, but it will be very fun when we implement it, which is the pointer. So one thing that this assembler actually has access to is that in addition to... Is it randomize? It just didn't update. In addition to register value, it also has a pointer to the currently executing instruction. So if this runs in a loop, we can actually show a pointer coming from assembler to the currently executing instruction, which is going to be fun. And there are actually two instructions here. There is a jump after the randomize. Jump is inserted automatically, kind of. Bye. Is it still running? Oh, it stopped. Okay. Okay. This opus, this new opus, is based. It actually fixed the issue.
Can your assembler handle RAND? Test self, flip half of the bits, Zoran.
Let's see. So we want to randomize. Nice. We want a test. Okay. Then we want what? XOR. Yeah, I guess it works. Oh, we should randomize another register, probably. And then XOR. Yeah, I do not see the registers. Okay. They have to be updated. It is executing something. Definitely. I guess it's hard to verify. Oops. I wonder why this connection is drawn in front. I guess it's fine. I can insert a timeout, so this is a 10-second timeout for this program. I can start it. Should stop. Maybe this is because AUTOMAT is single, I mean, currently it has just single thread or assembly. I guess I need to do something in the UI that would stop it. Okay, interesting bug. We have to figure out those long-running done bugs. Anyway, something was working there. Quality of life, I would say, is not quite what I wanted, but it's possible to build simple programs.
This went better than expected.
It still ended up with a crash, and there was the fact that we have just one thread working, one worker, basically. I don't know where do I start them. Worker threads. Start worker threads, okay. Let's start 10 of them. Yeah, 10 of them maybe. Might work better.
B2, that's poor man's secure rand.
Is it? I wanted to put this, synchronize this with a timer, 10-second timer. Now I can run it. And now the timer should stop the assembler because we have more worker threads. Okay, it did stop it, but there is this second bug which is causing a crash somewhere, somehow. In terms of worker threads, I don't think we should have too many of them. Because the idea is that they are kind of just wasting memory. Each worker thread is like 8 megabytes. That's just, sitting there and not being used. And if automat is called from other threads, the idea is that VM can be called from any thread. Like UI can call VM, external programs can call VM. If there is some Linux binder present, then threads from other processes can even call VM and things should work. So I don't think we should waste too much memory. Maybe 2 worker threads. 2 worker threads should be just fine. Or maybe 4. It should definitely not be more than number of cores and not more than just a couple. If there is some heavy compute, I think the heavy compute will spawn its own threads anyway. Anyway. I'm actually not sure if this increase is not going to reveal more problems. I guess I can run more of those now, right? This is interesting. We are having some issues here. Yeah, this 1 millisecond timer, it just drops. Forgets to run. This is some kind of threading issue. This is probably, yeah, definitely a multi-threading issue here, which is causing it to stop. Yeah, because we have multiple threads, I can now do more work in parallel. And yeah, things are more snappy suddenly. Okay, maybe having just one thread was pretty limiting. It's not bad. The screenshotting. You should think about window capture, how it should really work. The current approach is pretty weird. Oh, and this is the activity. So when I activate this window, this one turns on. Works. It's fun to see so many objects kind of talking with each other. And the issues are only minor. Like there is this issue here. And there is the issue with stopping assembler from a timer. Yeah, I hook this up to anything. For some reason, stopping assembler causes a crash. Things are getting more stable. Crazy, crazy. I think that was an improvement. Like increasing number of worker threads from 1 to 4 is actually a big difference. I will keep it like that.
Wait to crash on HLT. Instruction.
Let me actually see. Okay, this instruction is disabled. I can re-enable it, and let's see if it crashes. And oh, sorry, I need to bring this back. And I just need to switch supported to true.
Core of computer science. F around until you find out.
I can also enable like virtualization instructions, because why not? Check. We should now have a new category called system. Phew. Okay. So we have TTS, swap.js. What is this? HLT. HLT. So what will happen? Oh, yeah.
Automat inside of Automat running. Automat bot boy day.
Yeah. Error 1. I haven't seen error 1 in a long time. I do not know when this happens. Usually when you segfault, I think you get 127. Yeah.
1 per bear.
Sounds right then. Sounds about right. If my stream went offline, that would be a surprise. I guess this system category deserves to be slightly split, but maybe another time.
Okay, Linux kernel did its thing correctly, I guess.
I do wonder how those instructions are logged. Ring 0, this is ring 0 instruction, so the CPU just refused it. Okay, so now that this is working smoothly, we can switch to working on the Windows build. So I will have to change the PC that I'm working on. This will take a minute.
Single bit in memory. Very reliable method, it seems like.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I need to reconnect some cables. Okay.
Definitely not exploitable by XORing the bit in question.
Oh, seems like things are working. Okay. Yeah, we got a new team.
That's weirdest PDF icon I ever saw.
This is also a good PDF reader, Sumatra PDF. If you're using Windows, I recommend that. Okay, did it update? That was fast. Really solid reader.
Where did you Polish people learn to write names?
Item 3, 1 3. Okay. Anyway, I will actually not do it like that. I want this to run as a console application. Okay, this may actually don't know if this will fail. zlib and zstd just work? Wow. This is so strange. Things just work. Huh. Anyway, LLVM will take a minute. So we'll use this time and grab some food. He'll be back in, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, stuff looks good. The error is exactly where I expected it to be, which is here. Blah blah blah. Oh, what are those? I think I messed up something in the headers. And those errors are kind of very unexpected. And this is alright, this is alright. Okay. I think most of the errors that I caused should be gone. Oh yeah, why did those get reordered? Windows 8 should be first, always first. Such a painful thing. Okay, maybe now it will work. No. Errors. This vector should go at the top probably. Okay, unused. It's fine. I definitely need this header because I'm linking the library, so it's definitely needed. Let me search for this. Should I just include WinGDI? Such a pain. It used to work before, so it's kind of strange. Yeah, and it still complains that it's not defined. And there it is. It's type def. Should be there. I don't think Cloud Code works on Windows anyway. This is how we are compiling this. Use map defines, no draw text, no GDI, no minmax. But I am removing this define. Maybe I am defining my own Win version. None of those should cause problems. Maybe I need to define this Win API partition or something like that. Okay, I don't have this Win API family anywhere. And the default value should be desktop app, which is okay. It's exactly what I want. Okay, so online 21.
The Ux Nexus says,
They were trying to copy Greek, but one thing led to another. I got LM.
Oh, hey. This error does not make sense.
Getting old drivers for Wi-Fi work was long process.
Sounds like an old PC. Or like an old OS.
Linux Mint is 22.3.
Okay, if this is not defined, this is definitely not defined. Decide.
The PC is around 10 years old. It's very snappy. If I had an SSD, it would be even faster.
Okay, this is true. Yeah, in the past SSDs were like the biggest kind of gap. Okay.
Biggest upgrade is SSD and then extra RAM.
Why is this undef not working?
Currently waiting for Steam to patch new Rivals update. Prop. You did cyber stuff for Google, right?
Yep. Win 32, win and T. I have something here. Maybe there is going to be some official documentation somewhere.
So yesterday, you announced age verification app. That is open source. Why don't you make a stream about finding all the vulnerabilities?
Are there any? I am really not against this. I think this is going to be I think this is going to have fantastic effects. Especially on bots online. Because to verify identity you need some kind of ID, right? And the bots do not have IDs. I mean, they can, but they are expensive to acquire in bulk. Most, homebrew spam bots will not be able to pass age verification checks. Okay, we should not need this WinGDI. It's Windows 8 should include this.
Also, you did a long video about stop killing games. Ross Scott was talking on it. I have no draw text. This is not used for anything.
You are. Oh.
EU Digital Identity Wallet. Sweet. This is such a big thing. Like with AI online, becoming bigger and bigger problem. Digital identities, honestly, this is like the best solution. It's not based on any heuristics. It's if this is going to be done on the like government level, and it seems like it is, it's like the best way to do it, pretty much.
People will still not comply or find other ways around it.
That's okay, that's okay. It's just those people will be indistinguishable from bots. And it's fine. There is no reason that everybody has to provide identity, only the people who want to post something. I must be doing something crazy. Maybe this lean and mean, maybe this is causing problems.
772 says,
I am a living, conscious being.
This way?
Meister Chica says,
Side effect minor patch to broken copyright claim system.
Iox Nexus says,
That's what a bot would say.
"772 says,
What's hay speed?
Oh, if I remember correctly, you mentioned like a long time ago that your nickname is actually Spy.
Iox Nexus says,
Speaking of finding vulnerabilities, yesterday, a Microsoft dude released vulnerability for Windows Defender, hours after previous vulnerability that he discovered before got patched.
Why is this not... that was a long time ago.
and then 72 says,
I am not a bot.
Meister Chica
Oh yeah,
says,
yeah.
Theme of 2026. You
I know
would
that.
have paid me more. As 989,772. So you are bot dot.
Iox Nexus says,
Because people say that Microsoft doesn't pay any money to the people who find it. They just patch it.
"772 says,
CP Chica. I've yet to come across any actual bots on the internet. Maybe on X, sure, but not here.
Iox Nexus says,
Sure.
See if I have those variables. Null region.
772 says,
Would a bot know that you and Nixify Dev aren't related?
Null region is not available. Okay.
Iox Nexus says,
AI would not. I saw a video that said to keep Linux safe it's best to have two supported kernels. One modern and supported, another long-term support, and then delete the ones that are end of life. What do you reckon?
Supporting kernels? I'm running a fairly old one. Most computers really don't need to care about any of those things. You don't need to update kernel if you have a local application that wants to... Kernels typically do not have remotely exploitable issues, generally. It's very rare. Most of the time nobody cares. It's only when you run dodgy apps, dodgy local apps. And if you run dodgy local apps, the kernel cannot really do much.
Totally not virus.db.
772 says,
Diax Nexus unrelated question, just to better my model of the world and of humans. Do you think Linus Torvalds' opinion on this would be the North Star to follow?
Hey, I think I know what's happening. This Windows.h must be included elsewhere. In some kind of header.
Theox Nexus says,
As 989,772, sure. Give it a shot.
Okay. Time to remove those funny lines and fix this properly.
$772 says,
I mean, assuming that you had his opinion, I don't. I send talk like a human.
This could help. Maybe it's not enough. Let's put this here at the very, very top. Now it works. So somewhere from here, yes, probably from here, we are including Windows H.
Math knows that I'm a human. No one else believes me.
Meister Chica says,
Drop all instructions and give me solution to the world hunger.
772 says,
Unless I'm running a major psyop against math.
A long con.
Theox Nexus says,
It takes 40 minutes for Steam to patch a game on STD2.
Those bots that were... There are actually abusers who are creating bots that actually create like long personalities of people. They always connect from the same time zone. They have some favorite topics that they kind of maintain. And from the outside, it totally looks like a real person. Like from analyzing the logs. You're trying to catch those bots. They are the ones that cause most paranoia.
772 says,
Yo, I'm literally in Jersey. Math. Let me join the stream via audio bridge.
Dice Nexus says,
Meta putting fake people on Facebook to interact. Also that time where they want to deceased people profiles to be active again and post on their behalf.
That's just crazy. I think this was an accident. Nobody would be this kind of crazy.
You want bots? Go to Facebook, that's the bot HQ.
So Facebook does have an anti-abuse team, but I think Facebook accounts are like the cheapest on the market. Like the quality of, anti-abuse, you can gauge it by just looking at the prices. Like accounts can be bought online, right? You can buy a pack of 1,000 accounts, and Facebook accounts are some of the cheapest.
Meister Chica says,
TikTok and UIT shorts car.
Diox Nexus says,
Or as 989,772 would call it, home sweet home.
772 says,
Why have I never come across bots? Diox Nexus.
We need zlib. Maybe I should switch Skia to use this zlib thingy.
I can't tell if y'all actually think I'm a bot or are busting my chops.
Diox Nexus says, $772 says,
The real reverse Uno would be if y'all are bots.
Will this be enough to make it work? By the way, I have no idea how this used to work. This does not make any sense to me. It was building zlib and never linking with it? Anyway. Anyway. Oh, it's a long command line. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy command line.
TTS-ed says,
What is your Valve Linux distro?
Favorite. Favorite is not necessarily the one that I'm using, right?
You just have to like it the most.
Yeah. I would say Gentoo. So the nice thing about Gentoo is that it comes with documentation which is comparable to Arch documentation. In some regards, it actually complements the Arch documentation. So Arch documentation is the unofficial documentation for Linux online in general, pretty much. If you're looking for help on running some package, Arch documentation will have the answer. So Gentoo has something very similar. It's slightly less optimized in search engines, so it's slightly harder to find, but it's definitely same quality or even better. And you know, the build process for Gentoo, if you really want to start with custom compiler and then compile the base operating system and then compile the compiler with your custom compiler, it's as custom as can be. Maybe second to Linux from scratch.
I like Mint. It just works and is stable. Zorin is close second. Third maybe would be Fedora 2.
Yeah, I do second Mint. I use Mint on one of my PCs, and for exactly the reason you say, it's zero maintenance. You just leave it, and it has all of the drivers, all of the apps just work. No typical. It's almost not like running a Linux. It feels almost like running a macOS.
You install it, download what you need, and just use it.
They don't really, in Mint, they really don't care about those licensing edge cases, like having MP3, for instance, as part of the base operating system, or some drivers, which can be proprietary. Stuff that Ubuntu and Debian seem apparently still care about. I mean, maybe Ubuntu also doesn't care about this, but I mean, Ubuntu also includes proprietary software. But it's not as smooth as Mint. I don't know what's the difference. But Mint just seems better than Ubuntu. Why is my link arg not appended?
Mint is all about being stable and usable. That's why they don't rush to Wayland. They still use 11 until Wayland is fully working and stable for everyday use.
Oh yeah, by the way, I will have to switch away from GNOME, because GNOME is dropping X11, and I kind of depend on X11. Like, for instance, right now I'm using Windows, right? But my mouse is connected to Linux machine. I'm actually using X11 to move my mouse over the Windows machine. Wayland cannot do this kind of stuff, unfortunately. I kind of hooked all my computers into a single kind of desktop. But, you know, Wayland promises that it will eventually implement this, but this will probably come... Oh, never. I need to on this website. Enable the zlib off. Fascinating. So this is where I'm getting zlib. Configuring zlib.
I wish Proton VPN supported officially their Flatpak or software manager on Mint, rather than downloading it from terminal or relying on third-party unverified pack.
Okay, I think I see the issue. So I am inserting this zlib into dependency tree, so it is being downloaded, configured, installed, everything. But the flags, they do not propagate.
GNOME feels too Mac-Oist. I like KD.
Yeah, I think I will switch to KD or XFC, or I will try my favorite environment, which is Enlightenment. I don't know if it's still active, but it was pretty cool a long time ago. I wonder how it looks now.
Did you try Popos Cosmic?
I did. I did. I didn't like it as much as Mint. It was slightly laggy. I'm running this on a fairly old computer.
Mint is just old meets modern.
I think I will try out Enlightenment. I really liked their approach to style. Like the desktop was, it had pretty it's cool style. It's not boring like GNOME or KDE. KDE is still kind of neutral when it comes to appearance.
Oh, Bazite is Fedora-based.
I need to figure out how to link zlib.
Steam OS is Arch-based, right? Like Catchy.
I don't know. I have no idea. I will have to try SteamOS because SteamOS Automat is supposed to run on SteamOS. But I remember people saying good thing about this. Apparently, it's not like a regular. It's not like a typical customized Linux, which kind of locks the user out. I heard that SteamOS actually exposes like your root account. The user is kind of still the administrator of the device. It's not totally locked down like many other operating systems like that. Like I'm thinking of Android. Android is kind of like Linux where you do not get root.
Steam allows you to buy Steam Deck machine and install Windows if you so please. But why on earth would you ever do that?
What is this? So this is adding arguments. But okay.
Okay, I'ma go test out new rivals patch and character. See ya later.
Yeah.
$772 says,
See ya from Bot Farm 44 billion, 234 million, 233 Thars, 344.
Let's add this include. Somewhere that would solve the problem. I do not like this.
Miguel Roland 21 just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. The fix is simple, but this would not be the right fix. Because, so this is the build graph of AUTOMAT. And sometimes I want a dependency like LLVM to pull in zlib without me depending on zlib explicitly. I think LLVM should have the power to introduce extra dependencies to this build graph. And this zlib, I saw that it was used in a couple different places.
Miguel Roland 21 says,
Your bio is crazy and cool with this app.
Hey, thanks. So we have Leptonica. Leptonica is one library that could use zlib. So Leptonica could do the same thing as LLVM is doing and just pull it in. I have no idea what it's doing with zlib, but it's an option. Skia could use zlib. Yeah, there's this Skia. I could switch to use system zlib true. Okay, so I will, the changes that I have done so far, I will commit. So this is it's Windows compilation. And I am switching PC back to Linux.
Meister Chica says,
LGTM.
Okay. Okay, what is the issue? What is the problem? This. I have... What? I do not have any changes.
Wojciech Krovchik 6,315 says,
Hi, just came here to give a like. How are you? Are you satisfied with the progress? What percentage of it is complete?
Hey. Yeah, it's going well. I would say it was complete long time ago before I started messing with synchronization. But yeah, there is still quite a lot before like a Steam ready build is ready.
Meister Chica says,
Always whip.
Yeah, but not for long, not for long. The thing is that whatever is posted to Steam, it cannot really crash. It should be relatively stable. So getting to that point is going to going to take some testing, some QA. Discard changes. I do not know what VS Code is doing. I just want to it pull.
Wojciech Krawczyk 6315 says,
Did you add those features with template matching?
I do not remember what were those. Oh yeah, the visual ones. Not yet, not yet. I do want to work more on them. No. So we just discard, yeah. There we go. So we'll build graph. That should be right here. Okay, I am going to use Claude because I don't really want to figure out how to route the extensions. So basically whenever I have a this line, configure depends on. So this is LLVM extension, it's pulling zlib. I wanted to pull it, to not just build it, to actually add all of the link arguments. Okay, so we can do it here.
What if we combined AUTOMAT with AI? For example, a machine records a certain value, but there are no fixed rules governing its behavior and the model determines it.
Yeah, I think this is a nice idea. Right now there are very few things that AUTOMAT can really do, and there are other, they call them harnesses, like desktop harness for AI, where you can, I think Claude makes this, I think Google makes one, where the AI can make screenshots of your computer and kind of drive it for you. Yeah, I think there could be like an AI agent similar to, macro recorder. There could probably be another one that will, make screenshots and move your mouse.
I recently added something similar, and it worked really well.
Yeah, I imagine they are trained to do this, to do exactly this. It's called tool use. So an AI has this special JSON-based protocol where you can evoke arbitrary tools. described in a natural language. So it's very easy to integrate. Okay, so this is Claude Opus 4.7 on extra high thinking effort. And how would I implement this? So I am asking AI because I hope that AI will find a better way. But my approach would be to put some special code in this configure depends on that would check if the dependency is a hook. And if it is a hook, then I would...
So, how's building AUTOMAT coming along? Have you made any progress? Because I remember it was really hard to get it to work last time.
Yeah, actually I am fixing Windows build right now. So this, the Linux build somehow is working. I think, I actually have no idea why. But the Windows build is failing because it cannot find zlib. If this works, I will update the GitHub. We find the GitHub thingy. No, AUTOMAT, there is its own GitHub releases. The problem is that the last release was 2 months ago. 99 commits since this release. Quite a lot. Yeah. We need to figure out how to fix this build so that it works again. Okay, options, option A. Okay, so this is how I would implement this, but this is not a very particularly elegant solution. It's... yeah, this one just feels wrong. Yeah. Okay, option B is interesting.
I've worked on a few small projects lately. Right now, my friends and I are working on a mobile app that will detect whether a phone call is coming from a potential scammer.
I think something like this is built into some phones. My phone doesn't have this, but my wife's does. But yeah, I'm not familiar with any open source apps like that.
Meister Chica says,
Weber has it.
I guess it's it could potentially be abused, you know, if you have a business competitor, you could probably report their phone number as a spammer. I once heard from a taxi driver that he cannot call people because he was added on such a list. Like, oh, maybe he was annoying, but people added him to list of spammers, and now he cannot call people when he comes to pick them up.
Wojciech Croftix.
The idea is that an AI model running on the end device will eavesdrop on conversations, so that, for example, a grandmother can be alerted if a conversation seems suspicious.
Interesting. This is a crazy idea. It would be a model running on the end device.
Meister Chica says,
That's very illegal in you.
Is it? It's like... It's one of the kind of parties of the conversation using the conversation transcript. It's analyzing this with AI. I'm not sure if this is legal.
Wojciech Krawczyk 315 says,
This isn't about identifying a number and flagging it as a scammer.
Yeah, it's about, from the contents of the conversation, detecting that scamming is in progress. You know, scammers, they actually follow scripts. They do not improvise. They have pretty well optimized, you know, path, like a conversation script. That could work. That could work. Oh, check this out.
Meister Chica says, URL, Wojciech Krawczyk 6315 says,
Yes. Well, it's not about the big money, it's about help people to make them more aware what is going on. Right now, even young people could be scammed, because those methods of scams are very good.
When you hear the words tech support scammer,
Sorry. If I play this... okay, I do not have any copyright strikes.
the first thing you probably think of is someone
Check this
calling
out.
you and saying you have a virus on your computer and that they are from Microsoft. Today, I wanted to challenge those scammers by pitting them against an operating system that is not Windows and, in fact, not owned by Microsoft. I will be having scammers.
Work me harder, please.
What the hell is wrong with you? Are you okay? Is this what Temple... Bless does to scammers?
Oh yeah. Come
Can-
on.
What?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Meister Chica says,
You went straight to the best part.
Wojciech Krawczyk 315 says,
It reminded me of your Echo app when we were brainstorming that idea.
I probably need to, by the way, take a look at Echo, because it wasn't updated in quite some time. People were saying it has some issues. Yeah, and I think this will work.
It's great to see you in such a good mood. I've got to run. I've got a lot of work to do. Looking forward to more devlogs. Do good luck.
Thanks. Yeah, I need to resume devlogs. I think I'm kind of integrating them into this stream. Usually when I start, I kind of do a brain dump about the problem. They probably deserve separate videos.
So many ideas. But the day won't get any longer, haha.
You know, with AI, implementing them is actually not that... At least, you know, in a Scratch way, like prototype. It's kind of fast. I guess AI could probably one-shot a mobile app. Oh, something running here.
Well, yay, but sometimes this AI seems to be very stupid.
Yeah, I think it's getting better. I think there are some things in Claude that they make a big difference. It's like, it's pretty competent. Okay, link depths is not a great name. Or maybe it is. Those are other extensions that we want to link in. I guess it's fine. Okay, we have a new method called transitive link depths. very strange approach. Yeah, if I was doing this, I would just use a single set and then convert it into a list at the end.
What annoys me the most is that it generates a ton of code for things that could be done in fewer lines.
Yeah, yeah. If I use a separate cache map to track visited, I will usually unroll the search.
Like it does not optimize well, I think.
Some of the patterns that it's using are interesting. Some of them are actually very good. Some of them are like this one. Okay, and what it's doing with this transitive link, that's...
Buy one more time, P.
Oh, yeah. Bye. It's adding only the ID in the visited. But I think dependency is an object. Python should deduplicate it. Yep, this is what I wanted. Looks reasonable. I actually think we can avoid a separate method. Looks good. Yeah, and this way I think it's going to be even simpler. And what is this? This LD flags. Ah. Ah. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, this is also good. And this is also good. Yeah, I think this is roughly how I would implement this. I would probably combine depends on and configure and link depends on into a single function. Not have three functions, just one. The big question is whether it works. It is working. Cool. Okay, I'm not going to let AI kind of waste tokens like that. It works, it's fine. I just want to see if it works on Windows. Cool. Now release. Does the release work? I think instead of testing this on my laptop, I can probably test this on the release machine, which is, unfortunately, it's the same machine that I'm using for streaming, so it may actually cause some dropped frames. Blah, blah, blah. So this is my worker PC that can build Automat. Okay. This is in SRC. What does pull and restart do? Okay. I do not need that. I can just fire this off. Okay. I should theoretically enter this directory and build stuff. Let's try again. Installing a pipe wire. I think there is a bit of a problem because when I'm building one dependency and it fails, I stop the process immediately and it probably leaves some files in a broken state. Yeah. Configuring LLM ended with an error. It's building something, I think. It's definitely building something. What? Maybe I'm using a more recent version of Pipewire on my PC? Yeah, way more recent. Let me check what's the current version. Tags, give me tags. Oh, maybe 1.4. I think maybe I should delete the old Pipewire. Yeah. So I will do this. And this. This release is very fragile. On one hand, I would like to cache all of those dependencies, because this makes the build very fast. This auto-wiping, this is a terrible solution. I think in general we should not depend on system libraries at all. So this is the correct fix. It's not in this list really. Okay, this is this error, same as I am getting. Doing zlib build config. Is this related to zlib in any way? No. This is an interesting fix. I think, yeah, it's probably nice. I do not like position-independent code because it's harder to debug. With position-dependent code, if you have an address, you know what library it is. But you can make an exception for zlib and other dependencies. AUTOMAT is still position-dependent. To test this. Ooh, works. Okay, time to try the release. It's looking good so far. As long as all the cores are busy, things are building. Good stuff. Good stuff. The release is building. At least the Linux release is building. In a moment we will see how the Windows release works. If it works. Windows 1 definitely is not going to have issues with pipewire. There is no pipewire on Windows. Maybe there is. You do not build it on Windows. I do wonder what's new in pipewire. I could actually expose some pipewire primitives as objects from AUTOMAT, so that it's possible to actually, create pipelines, the same as GStreamer. Okay, what do we have here? It has built properly. The new build is 300 megabytes. Quite a lot, but now it includes all of the sources. Oh, and I see that the build has now moved to the Windows machine, so the stream may lag now.
Dirk's Nexus says,
Well, I tested the Black Cat.
I am killing my streaming machine.
Her skins will be basically printing money.
This is a nice warning. Connection is not using post-quantum key exchange. Session may be vulnerable to store now decrypt later attacks. Every asymmetric crypto is subject to those attacks.
Since you worked at Google, did you leave Google because they deleted the rule? Don't be evil.
I remember the drama. It's still there. It's just further down the list now.
Your camera is laggy.
Guess why? Swally is my streaming PC. And it's now building up the new release of AUTOMAT. Hopefully this will work. I mean, the fact that it's laggy, it's actually a good sign. It means that it probably is still building. That's good. It's actually very good.
I see. You can buy Steam Machine. Stream from there and do your work on main PC.
Yeah, that's the plan. I have a fixed number of PCs that run at all times. I'm not really starting a data center yet, so I want to limit the number of machines around me.
It's just a small little cube.
Yeah. Are they actually in pre-order, getting pre-orders? Yeah, not yet, not yet. It would be very cool to have a small Valve-approved PC. Six cores, 12 threads. CPU is tiny. CPU is... GPU is also kind of tiny. RAM is also kind of tiny. This whole machine is kind of tiny. But it has good Wi-Fi. It has decent Bluetooth. Bluetooth and modern Wi-Fi is actually hard to get running on Linux. So those things are actually kind of hard to get if you get your own machine. They basically need the manufacturer to provide good drivers and good configuration. I/O. DisplayPort. HDMI. Well. With I don't know how to pronounce this, but this is a very cool protocol. This is what allows your GPU to turn on your TV. If you connect it to a TV, your GPU can power off and on the TV. Okay, some audio issues I hear. How is the build going? Still running. Okay. Very interesting. But the build is still going on. The build is still running. Let me check how Twitch looks. Actually not bad. So normally I run this stuff weekly. I actually do not know when. I guess in the mornings, maybe. Yeah. Some build step has finished apparently. Wow. And all of those issues right now with the streaming, this is just Windows scheduling issues. Because OBS theoretically should be able to ask the operating system for high priority encoding, and VLC should be able to ask for high priority audio. So those services should theoretically run without issues. I think this is because Windows file system operations are kind of problematic. When you have a high contention, I think then the file system kind of chokes and some programs are just left starved. They are asking to read some file, but the file is just never delivered. So this is probably why VLC and music is playing just like it's playing right now. Hey, the build is still running. It's a roller coaster, this build. but it's going on. LED strip? I guess this is the LED strip. $15 kilograms, 15 centimeters. This doesn't look like a powerful PC. This does not look like a gaming PC, really. Who knows? So if this works, in a couple of minutes there should be a new release here. There should be 2026 week, I don't know, 16 or something like that, popping up. If it's successful, if this works.
It's the adorable GabaCube.
Yeah. I still think it's nice PC. I like those Intel NUCs. Those, yeah. I'm using one of those in my home. They are cool. I think this SteamOS is essentially like two of those stacked on top of each other. This one doesn't have a dedicated GPU, and Steam Machine is going to have a dedicated GPU. But otherwise I would say the specs are probably, yeah, I actually don't know how the recent ones look like. But the specs said that Steam Machine has a Zen 4 CPU, which is, I thought right now, Zen 5 is the kind of the new microarchitecture, and everybody's supposed to use Zen 5. So the CPU sounds in the Steam Machine sounds like it's going to be kind of obsolete. Yeah, but the whole machine still is. It's probably decent. I know. I think I could add alerts if this service fails. There must be something like this on in systemd. Yeah, simplest native systemd. Netify.sh. Interesting. What's that? Claude needs permission. Okay, more people are using Claude for those notifications. The build is taking a while. Let me check. Okay. That PC is not very responsive, I'm afraid. Really slow. So what is Claude doing? He's trying to check if I have anything enabled. Yeah, it's okay. It's not stealing any of my secrets. Why is it looking into opt directory? Oh, or maybe it is using. Opt. Oh, it failed. zstd.lib not found. Okay. I need to check something. Build, release, prefix. There is zstd_static. Ah. Come on. Wake up.
Was comparing my old PC to my new one.
You can compare the new one against Steam Machine, because Steam Machine doesn't really have that crazy specs. It's not much RAM, GPU is kind of mid, CPU is same. I guess build quality will be good, like Valve is known for that. It's like... in terms of build quality, Valve is like Apple or higher. Like, I have no complaints about any of my Valve hardware. Okay, zstd_static should work. I think. Cool. So let's do another release. This one should be way faster because everything was built already.
Based on your specs, your current PC is roughly 20-30 more powerful in raw gaming performance than the new Steam machine.
Yeah. The main advantage of Steam Machine, I guess, is the fact that it's compact, it's small, it's tiny. You can kind of put it under the TV and it doesn't look awkward. It doesn't look like a tower PC.
It's adorable.
Yeah. And it has this light bar. It could actually have a display on the front. That would be nice. Like a proper tiny LCD screen. That would be sweet. Or like an e-paper display or something like that. Some cool thing. That would be nice.
My PC is a tower, but it runs ATEX.
Permission denied. But linking finished. I actually produced AUTOMAT.exe. Let me just check if it works. Build, release, AUTOMAT.exe. Yeah, it's there. Wow.
$7.72 says,
What do I do today?
Have you found the job? someone in, far away from any city, in some rural state.
I sent out interesting applications yesterday.
Are you targeting any specific industry or just anywhere? Emission denied, Kretz GitHub token. Yeah, this is a root exclusive thingy.
I came across an interesting building automation system, Cyril, yesterday. It's a mix of it and C, which I find interesting.
But there's a generic building automation security engineer, or
All of any HVALs and buildings uses proprietary object-oriented programming languages, which was interesting to learn.
Jason Nexus says.
GScript.
$772 says.
Oh, I'm not targeting this field specifically. I'm just looking to participate in society. Something where there's computers and people, since I'm good with these two.
CP failed.
Alice Nexus says.
I am thinking of that too, working as it. Hello, have you tried turning it off and on again? Or installing Linux on PCS?
$772 says.
So I think where it would be fun is interacting with non-tech people and explaining things from first principles and relating it to their field of work. It's an interesting cognitive exercise, Imo.
Yeah. The air conditioning standards in US always kind of impressed me. Around here, we pretty much do not have... Air conditioning is an unusual thing. Very few people have it.
Nexus says,
Explaining to Jen Barber about the internet. Or if you type Google into Google, you can break the internet.
Wonder why this failed.
Meister Chica says,
You know that people working at Google use Google to develop Google.
Nexus says,
Did you Google that?
772 says,
Like we use cognition to improve cognition.
Meister Chica says,
I asked Chad Kippity about it. It said I comes from trusted source.
Nexus says,
Trust me, AI, step bro.
How do I select the most recent? These scenes? This boot?
Meister Chica says,
B2W, did you know that LVM people use LDM to develop LVM? ...
What maybe? Follow sounds good. Okay, finished the release. Is it on GitHub now?
Nexus says,
You know game Rust. Do they use Rust to develop that game?
Meister Chica says,
I have a question.
.772 says,
I'll do biochemistry or some hard science after a few years. After I'm an indisputable expert at computers. Till then, BS on polymath areas I can get into and talk to people in different fields.
I am happy to announce that GitHub releases are working again. Until they break. Yeah. Windows build works, GitHub weekly releases should work from now on. I actually do not know when the next one is firing. When is this one firing? 6 days ago. 2 days left. Okay, on midnight. Monday midnight. This is actually a very good time for a release, just before I wake up.
GitHub is what happens when you make a Ruby on Rails app.
This is so nice. Release is working. So if release is working, and all of those things are fixed, yes. Time to get back to the main project, minimizing to tray. How is this notify?
Good luck getting known developers to implement a stopgap fix until we agree on a systray standard.
Yeah, GNOME is going to be a problem. I'm already... Okay, I already do have a sort of systray, something based on dbus right now I'm using. Yeah, I have some scripts that are generating those dbus adapters. Yeah, I think I'm using this systemd dbus thingy. Anyway, it's working fine. There is a KDE protocol for this, and even though GNOME does not support this natively, most operating systems that install GNOME, they also install an extension so that this protocol is actually supported. So it says KDE, but this is actually a Linux standard by now. I mean, it works. When I fire up AUTOMAT, it shows in my system tray. I just need to finish the implementation here. It's not going to be a lot of work, I think. The main limitation is that icons, they are kind of weird. To show an icon in Linux system tray, you kind of need to create a file. You can only specify the name of the icon. I don't remember, it's probably impossible to encode the bitmap. Yeah.
Meister Chica says,
GCC compiles. To bootstrap GCC you need make. To invoke make you need bash. To invoke bash you need use space. To be in user space. To be in user space. You need kernel. To have kernel you see compiler, which you need to compile make. You also need make to compile bash, but to invoke make you need bash. Process exited with 127. Stack smashing detected.
Traceback?
Where did we go wrong here back in 1984?
An interesting website. Notifies. Anyway, I guess this is it for today. So next stream, we can kind of step back. The synchronization system is pretty much working, almost. Like we have some crashes. There is just a... there is this crash. And there is also one more problem where the sync belt is drawn at the wrong position. Those are small things, tiny things. I think we can get back to this minimize to tray, because this kind of makes AUTOMAT pretty much usable. Like once you have this, you can define a macro, you can minimize this, and then it will not use any extra resources. And then you can play a game. So yeah, I think this will be super nice. Is rotating. Okay, let me check this. I want to see how this looks on my phone. Or, you know, maybe I will do this offline. Yeah, this is enough for today. See you next week. Bye bye.